Hey guys, welcome to the stream, welcome to the VOD. Today I'm going to be doing a little bit of a development stream, chill development stream, and just kind of focus on some work. Saturday morning, so, you know, just trying to get some extra work in for the week. But yeah, just gonna try to go for a bit and see what I could get done today. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Good morning. Welcome in. Hope everyone is having a good Saturday morning, afternoon, or evening. It's going pretty good. It's going good. But, yeah, gonna work on some stuff here shortly. Nice. Nice. Yeah, fair, Ryan Seville. Alright, so let's take a look at what I'm going to be doing. Okay. You can pull up the display capture. Actually, let's hide that a second. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright. So I'm gonna work on some... I think I'm gonna work on some recipes. Oh yeah, I remember what I was doing. So let me hide this real quick. Yeah. Okay. So I remember where I was at on this task. It's a random task that I stopped working on in the middle of it. So we're going to be adding crafted bucklers, tower shields, and kite shields. So I figure I will probably start with the bucklers. But that's also going to require that we tier wood. So I'm going to also add some wood boards. Here, let me hide this real quick. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna filter. Yeah, here. This should be good now. So we're gonna filter all the wood. Is there more wood than just wood currently? Yeah. I don't know why I laughed at that. But, yeah. We should probably rename one of these. We'll figure that out later. Let me just grab the... Morning, good morning. Hello, welcome in everybody. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday morning. All right. should be good. Alright. So pull in the wood boards. Now we gotta take a look at the recipes. Wood board. Let's do hid in wood board. That way I don't. Oh, what did I do? Here, let me go back to I think. Here, let me hide this real quick, actually. Can I ask a question about something you said about the game, or is this an inappropriate time? You can always ask questions. What's up, Derp Alert? Hello, kids. Hope you're doing well. I'm not worried about the wood names. We've got names. Hello, welcome in. But yeah, you can ask any questions you want about really pretty much anything. So yeah. Let me look something up. Oh, I know why it wasn't showing. Yeah. All right. Oh, interesting. Here, let me do this. Wood board. Here, I could show it probably. Yeah. Well, let's see. Can I delete these actually? Or let me do this. Recipe component. Oh, okay, hold on. I gotta just hide this for a second. Sorry, guys. It's wood tier. Ah, okay. So we've got wood tier 2 board. Oh, I guess we already have the boards in, so I should probably go delete those. Board. Let's delete those. Okay. So this makes my job easier. I saw you guys are talking about sandwich combat and the skill expression coming from preparation. I appreciate your desire for a slower paced combat. For me, personally, some degree of mechanical challenge, champion mastery, and counter difficulty is quite important. I was wondering if you could speak on that and what kind of balance you guys are hoping to strike. Well, yeah, I mean, there's still mechanical challenge. It's just diminished compared to other games that, like, put a real huge emphasis on it. But there's absolutely still mechanical challenge and the ability to differentiate yourself from other players in a pretty big way, in my opinion. Even in some cases, more so than games that do feature mechanical challenge, right? Like some games that feature mechanical challenge are kind of one-dimensional in how you approach combat. So while it's difficult to do like a good DPS rotation, the combat itself is fairly straightforward, whereas the combat in games like this are not so straightforward. And it's going to come down to learning tactics and game knowledge and stuff like that. So I think there's going to be plenty of challenge. It's not all in preparation. That would be taking what I said and, kind of running too far with it, right? Like it's definitely like, and there are also moments where you have to put down your theoretical sandwich, right? Like and really lock in really tight situations and play good. So the idea that it's all around preparation is a fallacy. It's really, you're still playing the game, it's still a real-time MMO gameplay. But yeah, I hope that helps. All right, let's get back to this. Yeah, for sure. Wheat for days. Hope you enjoy it. All right, bring this up. So this is what we need here. And then we're gonna need copper. Okay, so I've got okay. There is no copper. Hold on, let's look that up real quick. Oh, that's recipe component. Let's do that. All right. There's no flux associated with that. I don't know why. Maybe that's intended, but regardless, doesn't matter. Because we're just using it as kind of a base for what we're doing here. Nick, do you know when the first batch of your beta winner lottery results will go out? No. Nothing's coming out anytime soon, so you can stop checking your mailboxes. There's no invites going out. Will Monsters and Memories use rare spawns like EQ did? Placeholder spawns and such? Yeah. We have class-specific leads or devs to provide targeted feedback for classes. Yeah. I am the class lead. So you could provide your targeted feedback to me. You could provide it in the forums. I swear I'll read it someday. No, whenever I get a moment, I do go through the feedback and add action items to my list based on feedback. So just keep posting in the forums. Keep bringing things up. Like, eventually it'll get looked at. I'm glad you're liking Archer. Alright. So, this is what we need here. So we'll do like, I think it makes sense to do like one. Oh, what we'll do is we'll do this. We'll yeah, let's change these to 3, 4, 5. All right. Toddler aggro, yeah. So what we're gonna do here is we'll do wood tier wood board, and then we'll do wood tier 2 board. All right. Then we'll do so buckler tier 1. Oh, this is backwards. Why is this like this? Bronze bar. So we'll change these to just 1 because there's a little bit of metal in the buckler, right? So I think it kind of makes sense. Plus, it also gives you a need to hit up a blacksmith, do blacksmithing or smelting or whatever. So, and then I don't know what the other component would be. I don't know that I'm truly worried about it though, so I might just leave it like this. Sean said this is an issue to raise with you. The halfling sneak skill doesn't work. It just keeps telling me it cannot be used every time I click, no matter how long it has been on my bar. I mean, I could take a look here when the server comes back, maybe. But yeah. Okay. Recipe result. Let's just grab one of these. Just paste these in. Okay. I wonder if this is too high of a quantity or not. Probably not. It's probably fine. Okay, so I think we're good. Okay, I think we just go with this. Should work. Let's see what happens. Uh-oh. Recipe result. I know why. Buckler tier 1 is just simply buckler. Buckler. Yeah. Okay. Oh, leather for a buckler. Yeah. Could probably do that. Makes sense. I don't know. Maybe do we want it to be tailoring or I guess leather working? Yeah, what's up, Red666? Thanks for the tier 1, buddy. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Yeah, I guess we could do a little like leather scrap or something, or well, I think we do. I think we could, yeah, because I think we do leather working for this, and then we do like tailoring for the bow, maybe like some cloth or whatever to make the bowstring, like potentially. Yeah, so let's do add another one here. We'll do yeah, I mean it could be both, right? It could be both. What's the drop rate intended to be on some of the rarer items? I don't think we give out that information. C4 Gaming had a really positive mention of M&M for most anticipated MMO of 2026. Yeah, you guys want to take a look at that in a little bit? You can take a look at that. That was fun. It's always a good, super awesome shout out, actually. Big props to Force for that one. Excited, he's excited. Let me do this real quick. And actually, we're gonna probably just need to restart the client. Update, patch. He has 121,000 views already? Yeah. That's sick. Yo, I still remember watching you back in the day as a kid when HOTS originally went into alpha. Those were the days, man. Hope you're doing good. Kermit Pride. Thank you for remembering that, and hopefully I didn't rub off on you too badly as a kid, and you're a very well-adjusted adult now. So, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm doing good. It's you know, working on this project and started a family and everything, so everything's going good for me. And I hope everything's going good for you. All right, let me start the game. What is the vision for Ranger in terms of melee versus archery? The vision is that they are pretty solid at archery, and they're pretty solid at melee. That's pretty much the vision. Obviously, they're not forced into being an archer, like a ranged archer type, right? That's why we have Archer, the class. But they are very solid at ranged, and they're also very solid at melee. That's pretty much how it goes. It's a hybrid. Would a relatively short distance pounce ability be out of scope? Maybe. I mean, I don't think so. I don't want it to be like you're constantly moving in and out of melee range and using like movement displacement abilities to do that. I don't know. I think it seems a little I don't know. It just seems weird. It seems like very action gamey or something. I don't know. Like, I mean, doesn't Pantheon do that or something? Like, I'm not a big fan of it. What kind of traps will Rangers have? They won't have traps. Archers have traps. I think the long cooldown addresses this. Yeah, I guess. But should we just give everybody charge, or just give everybody a movement effect? Like, should everyone have blink? Should everybody have charge? Should everybody have the same shit all the time? You know what I mean? Would be cool to have an engagement tool for Ranger. Does it need to be stance swapping? But just some way to avoid the dead zone between melee range and melee? Well, you can cast. Do you have spells? It's a pretty good engagement tool. You could cast Snare. Root. You know what I mean? Alright. Let me try to focus again. Let's see here. So, hold on. I gotta look something up real quick. What is this called? What is the material called for... It's like leather scraps, right? Is that what we're doing? Basic armor. Well, what's the tiering again? So it goes rawhide scraps, hide scraps, well, let's see. I know I don't have the... I'm not showing anything right this second, but I will be in a second here. Leather scraps. Do we refine that into anything? Do leather scraps... I think they do, like leather... Leather scraps. Leather scraps. Alright, let me just... Leather scraps. Ah. I don't think... There's actual... strap. Strap. Yeah, strap. Okay. So how is that... Okay, it's... Okay. Cool. So we'll do... Yeah, I can show this again. So we'll do straps. We'll try and grab the strap. So it's rawhide, hide, leather, padded leather, thick leather. Okay. So we'll just throw that onto here. And just require one. It seems fine. So let me, I suppose, just... let me pull this up. All right. Okay. Cool. Now let's do the other shields. So some of this I can borrow. What I don't want to borrow is potentially this. So let's do, since we're doing kite shield and a tower shield. Let's do tower shield. Which one is... I remember. Tower shield. Tower shield's the big one, right? And then kite shield is the one that's like that. Yeah. Oh god. That does not look good. Alright, let's do the tower shield, or sorry, the kite shield first. So this buckler, change that to kite shield. Okay. And we'll do so this is like short sword. We'll do let me see something here. Recipe. Let's do copper. Copper longsword. Copper mace. Okay, we'll put it on the 45er tier. Sure. Why not? So actually, I don't have to do anything crazy here. Oh, actually, yeah, we do. Copper mace. Here. Copper, bronze, iron, steel. Oh, let's just do all these. Why not? Okay. So I'm actually gonna have to add to this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna separate these out even further. So there's gonna be additional tiers here. Let's fairly. Oh, and these are gonna have different names as well. Yeah, I'm actually gonna copy something else potentially. Let's do. So we're doing it based off of the mace. We'll do. Let me go back. Can I go back? Mace. Yeah. We'll grab these. Let's actually just full on delete this. Okay, so I did that. We're gonna change mace to, oh, I'm gonna wait a second. Go grab everything else. Filter these, copy that filter, bring it over to the component table. All right, here's the materials. Does it make sense for to kite shields to also use flux? I think it does, right? Okay, we'll do that. And then grab these. Let's change mace to kite shield. Then let's look at. We want to look at the component count for some of like two-handed weapons. Looks like it's 9. Yeah, that's about what I was thinking anyways. So we'll change these to 9. And then what do we do for this? Is it also just 1 flux? Yeah, okay, so do 1 flux. And then we'll do the leather strap thing, but we'll also include the higher tiers. So I'll add those. And those are, what is it? Studded leather, and then hardened leather, okay. And then we'll change, should probably get these in order. Oh, and this needs to change. Flux needs to change, actually. Let me go back to this. Oh no, flux is always the same. Okay. Okay, so we're good actually. We're good. Put this over here. It uses leather straps. There's different tiers of flux though? Yeah, but on the... What for? Is it intended that weapons only use 1 tier of flux? Because, like, adamantium 2 sword? Flux. Crafting used to need higher flux. Yeah, I have no idea. And I doubt Rift will get back to me anytime soon, so I'm just gonna keep going with what we've been doing, which is now we're not tiering the flux, I guess, for weapons, so I won't tier it for these shields. Okay. So this feels fine. This feels fine. All right, let's run it. Let's run it. Yeah, it could always be refined later. Like, my goal and job is to just get the implementation ball rolling. Like, in terms of trade skills, I've basically implemented all the trade skills other than, like, cooking. So my objective is really just to get the ball rolling on number of different areas. I didn't do much carpentry though. Carpentry is, I think, it's been pretty much all Rift, and carpentry, and he's revised cooking now, and but yeah, I just kind of get us the kind of skeleton in, and then we kind of take a look at it holistically and see what kind of changes we want to make. But I'm like quantity over quality guy, I guess. I mean, not to say that I don't think this is, I don't think that this is bad and inherently bad per se. I just think like bigger brain people can think about like trade skill stuff more. Looks like we got the kite shields in, so now let's do the tower shields. It'll just be an easy copy paste. We'll do, well, actually, so I'm basing this off of the mace one. So here, let's do one. Let's look at recipe. Let's look at copper again. Copper. So we said that was kind of based off the trivial level of the mace. Copper. What was it? $45? Copper mace. Okay. Tower shield is pretty ridiculous, so we'll do it actually maybe even higher. Oh yeah, 75 for the copper 2 hammer. Yeah, I think we can match that. That makes sense. Let's do search for 2 hammer. Oh god. Okay, it's all here at the bottom. Oh. These will be revised later. It doesn't really matter. Alright. So let's drop that in here. Change that to 2 hammer to power shield. Place your bets, I guess. Oh, it's gotta be skeleton. It's gotta be skeleton, yeah. It's always skeleton. He's got a damage ability. Jackal Pup does not. Alright. Game's looking so good. I'm wondering, as a non-tech guy, what PC specs are required to run max settings? I have no idea, honestly. Here. New player essentials. System requirements. Gonna just... Oh, wait. Can I do system requirements? No? Maybe? I don't know how to link the category, but game setup, maybe? Game setup? Oh, I think that might work. Yeah. We did it. All right, there's the link in the chat with the system requirements. I don't know if it, like, how accurate this is or how much it holds true, but that's the best we got. Also, if you have a low-end computer, you should probably start in Phelan Draw. Night Harbor is a beast of a zone, so much so that we've even talked about splitting it up into more than one zone. But yeah, if you start in Phelan Draw, I think like the VRAM like requirement will be like much less, because like the amount of like nuclear reactors it takes to like run this zone is like, you know, don't split Night Harbor. I don't want to, but it's not solely up to me, you know. But yeah, if you start in the Elf Town, you'll have a much better experience probably as a wooden computer, Andy. Yo, what's up, Ton? Can it be on split later? Yeah, anything's possible. Yeah, wood PC for the forest zone, exactly. All right. All right, so wait, what? Oh yeah, tower shield, right. Okay, we gotta change this stuff to kite shield to tower shield. All right. Change this. Now let's take a look at the requirements here. Component costs for like a 2 hammer. What's that? 9? I think it's reasonable to add a little bit more on the top here, like an 11 or 12 or something. See, the tower shields look insane, so kind of think they need like, oh, all right, still do flux, still do strap, and then okay. Let's go with that. Good morning, LaFlores. Take a little refuge starter island in Shallow Shoals and probably never leave it. That's an idea. All right. So we've got bucklers, kite shields, and tower shields craftable now. What more can we do? So we added the bows and the oh wait, I screwed something up here. Surely, right? No. I think we're good. Blacksmithing. So we've got the bow and the warns, or the great stuff. So let's probably do like a let's look into the the worn bow. It's just a bow. Bow. So that would be like... Scythe. I imagine there could be different bows as well. Alright. We do like a... What? Short bow, long bow, and like something? Compound bow? Crossbow? We don't do crossbows. Crossbows do not exist in the world of monsters and memories. Recurve bow? I do like recurve bow. Hunting bow? Yeah, I just don't know how I wanna hear this, really. Because most of our bows are kind of balanced like two-handed weapons. I think I'm just gonna do the one bow for now, and then maybe ask the balance guys. Maybe I just do it now. Let's see. Let's do get in bow tier 2, bow tier 3, bow tier 4, bow 5. Oh, that's fun. What happened to the other bows? Did I not... Alright. Hold on a second. Let me do this. Like, what? Where did those bows go? I see them right here. Did I type something in wrong? Oh, missing comma. Yeah. I would expect if there was a missing comma, it would just yell at me. I don't know. Whatever. We're good. Alright. That should be this. Oh, I wonder, that begs the question, does great staff? Well, I should probably not. Hide this, go away. Great staff. Yeah. Worn great staff. Wait, I added a worn great staff tier 1. That's not, that shouldn't be right. Can I delete that? Yeah, okay. Okay. Sorry, I found a design bug, or like a little small like data bug. So I want to just verify that it's not affecting any other the stuff that I recently put in. And there was a couple things that I had to correct here, so that's all right. All right, so let's go back to what we were looking at. So I think what we can do is we say bow, bow, longbow, recurve bow. We don't have to say short bow because they're not really. I don't know if we really have a short bow. Let's just, yeah, let's just do that. We'll say longbow. I mean, I guess just whatever, right? Longbow, longbow. Longbow. Recurve bow. Sure, why not? Short, recurve, long bear bow would be fitting, I believe. Yeah, what's up, critic? Missing one recurve. That's why I usually don't manually type the things in like that. Leads to there being bugs. I don't know that this would be the case for these. But that begs the question. Ah, okay. All right, let's insert these into the DB. All right. Can't get over how fast you type. It's crazy. Ah, it's nothing. Okay, so why not do... We'll do the bow at like 15. So let's change this to fletching. Well, hold on a second. So, well, no. Do I want to do that actually? It's the same as like the buckler, I guess, but nah, it's fine, whatever. So we'll just do this. This is a Rift's problem. This is not a me problem. I just got to keep that in mind. So we'll do, but there isn't going to be those tiers, so we get rid of those. So we'll say this is bow, and then tier. I think this is just bow. Well, I could say this is for the recipe. I can specify, I guess. Bow. Okay. Then can actually pull. I think this is the same, pretty much. We'll obviously get rid of the bars. Bow, 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 bow. Alright. We'll drop the bars. But what could this be, though? Oh, this is... Okay, so we'll do, what do cloth scraps refine into? Let's see, let's look at that. Right? Bandages. Claw, let's see. Hid and... Well, item hid, claw, scraps. Fighter craft satchel full. Oh, we use thread, don't we? Or something? Bolt of cloth. Oh yes, right, bolt of cloth. Who could forget? So for making a bow, does it make sense that you have a bolt of cloth? That's for the string part? What are you guys talking about? Google AI told me that it makes sense to use a bolt of cloth to make a bowstring. There you have it. AI answering all my questions. Designed by AI, that's right. A bolt of cloth would be a poor, inefficient choice today, as a dedicated bowstring material is inexpensive and far superior. Sinew? How is... Yeah, but we also talked about how you could either be sinew from a animal tendons and stuff, but it could also be cloth, right? It could just be cloth. And if we want to get both tailoring and leatherworking into... I mean, we could just make it leatherworking is the one that pairs well with fletching. We could make it animal guts or something. New, try AI mode. Sure. No, back. We don't want that. Do we really have we might have to add some sinew. In European medieval times, it was more common to make bowstrings out of plant-based materials, cloth slash fiber, such as hemp or flax, linen, rather than sinew. While sinew was excellent and historically significant material used globally, particularly by the nomadic, Arctic, and indigenous cultures, European longbowmen largely favored processed plant fibers, which were easier to produce in large quantities, strong, and resistant to moisture when waxed. Alright, I think bolt of cloth makes sense, guys. If it doesn't, complain about it on the forums, complain about it to Rift. Nick's history stream coming to a Twitch channel near you? Yeah, right, yeah. I'll just sit here and read a bunch of AI slop. That'll be amazing. Cloth it is, yeah. So... what are the cloths again? Cloth. Bolt of cloth. Oh, they're all in here. Look at that. Alright. Surely this should work. But would you make anything else? Would you just use wood and cloth? Would there be some, like, how would you... how are bowstrings attached? Loops? Does that contain, like, some kind of metal? Do you really use wax? Well, we also have resin from trees. Hey Nick, I remember a few streams ago you showed a chart of the most and least placed classes for the open game test weekend. Is that info available anywhere? I don't know that it is. I think it's something that we have internally, but I don't know that we're externally showing that other than what we release in the streams and videos and updates. But yeah, Druid #1. It's like Druid and Shaman are way up there, and like, I don't know. Somebody can probably link you a post to it. Resin is used on violin bow, so why not bowstring? It's called rosin. It's called rosin, but yes. Has he spoken about the next update yet? Are you talking about like alpha update or next? We don't have a date for it. Ollie's been slammed with other work outside of M&M, so we haven't been able to kind of lock that down yet. But I mean, there's a lot of in progress stuff, so not like in a major rush or anything. And we're really setting our eyes on getting the beta ready. So, oh, thanks, Sunlytic. Appreciate that. Okay, so we've got the bolts. We've got. All right, let's just. I could talk about this all day, but we'll just leave it to the trade skill designer to design the trade skills. We'll just do what we can, which is get stuff in. then I don't, doesn't matter what I copy here. Let's just do this. And then that should be correct. Bolt of cloth, wool, cotton, linen, silk. Okay. I think that's it. I think it's time to fire it off. Alright, let's see what happens. It's always the funnest part here is seeing if I broke anything. Alright, cool. Everything worked. So now we can do a big copy pasta operation here. So instead of... Uh-oh. Did I put that under blacksmithing? I think I did. I think I did. Hidden bow. Thought I fixed that. Did I make the same mistake? Oh, bow tier 1. Yeah. Let's update that real quick. Alright. Be cool to see spider silk refined into a bowstring for a magic bow. Yeah, absolutely. And there's going to be a lot more of that the further we get in development. We're just basically trying to get all the fundamentals in, really. Like fletching up until this point has been like arrow creation only. So now we're just getting some basic items in for fletching. But the sky's the limit, especially when we have more items, drops to work with and stuff. But yeah, like for example, I put in the spider silk armor. So I think there could be a lot more stuff like that. Absolutely. Love making bows in EQ, so I'm excited. Yeah, EQ... Fletching, it was a little bit more involved in EQ, I thought. Like, there's some... You know, we'll probably have to look at fletching a little bit and see if we can make it cooler. Like I said, this is like just implementation territory. It's not like a full design of all this stuff. But I just want to get like fundamental stuff in, right? Spider silk armor was awesome. There's supposed to be a unique graphic for it, but I don't know that we ever got it. I know Zach was talking about the spider silk armor. And then I was just like, hey, that would be cool. And then I put in, like, a ton of spider silk armor. Can you add the missing pieces for the spider silk armor? What's missing? There's stuff missing? I didn't know that the Brood Mother was related to the Spider Silk armor, though. Unless that changed somehow. But that was not intended. It was meant to be made with basic spider drops. Unless it got changed. Let me look real quick. There's supposed to be 13 pieces of it. Is there not? Oh wait, not 13. Where is there 13? Hold on. Yeah. Should be 13, right? Something missing from this? Oh, I know what's missing. I might be able to resolve this actually. Yeah, I might be able to resolve this really easy, but... Well, I don't know if there's another bug at play that you guys are seeing about this, but there is a bug that I discovered. It's not really like... I mean, I guess it's a bug, but... let me do that. Then let me look at... just check the stats on some of these items that I'm looking at. Oh, here, I gotta... Sorry, I'm just, I hid some stuff real quick. Because this is kind of like secretive content in a way, but not really. Yeah, it seems like it should be fine. Okay. Well, I fixed a little thing with it, but it might still be broken. How big is y'all's team for this? A bunch of buddies and I are working on a live service game. No game dev experience, but 100 years of dev experience between a lot of us. Art is probably our weakest issue. There's 40 of us on the team, but what's it called? Like a majority of the project we did with half, right? Half the people. So it's a pretty small team. Yeah, I'll ask our tester. I'll ask our tester to look at it, and then I'll get some additional information later. But all right, let's. Okay, I forgot where we were at. Oh, maybe I should hold on a second. All right. So we were working on. All right. I think we updated this. Did we? Tier 1. Yeah, fletching now. Okay. So we're gonna do some longbow and recurve bow. So this one, I guess we can base off of copper. So we did short sword to start. Then I guess we could do like, oh, copper two-handed axe is 25, really? Oh wait, really? Doesn't seem like it makes sense, but okay. I guess we could do a 30 or something. We do like a 35, I guess. Hey Nick, just found a bug and I did report it, but if you create a character called Steve, for example, and do a few quests and you delete them and make a new character also called Steve, the quest log will contain the list of quests. Yeah, we know about that. We know about that one. The intention is that it... that's not supposed to save locally on your computer. It's supposed to be on the client and server only. Well, it's supposed to be really kind of like a flagging thing. As opposed to, not really like a true flagging thing, but it's supposed to like flag when you have entries and, okay. Let's see. I really shouldn't be just randomly changing these, but whatever. I think I want to disable the tier 5 stuff though. I don't know. Yeah. Disabled. And then is that 260? All right. Just want to thank you and the whole team for the streams. Keep the excitement going. Though I'd rather be playing. I'm buying a kitchen table with the wife, so I'll catch up on the VOD. Thanks again. Hey, Ukater, thanks so much for the kind words. Appreciate that, and you're very welcome. Hey Nick, if I'm in the beta, will I be able to invite a couple friends? And if so, when will that functionality roll out? The functionality already exists, but we haven't determined who's gonna get friend invites, if they get, how many you get, what the plan is for that yet. Fully leveled in Califray so far. I went to the Sur zones and got overwhelmed and went back to Califray. Nice. There's dozens of you, Strock. We can say longbow. Oh, we can just do this. Longbow. How long have you been working on this, and how do I play? You could go to monstersandmemories.com, go to play. So it'll bring you to account.monstersandmemories.com. You can register an account, and then yeah, just join us in the next playtest. But we have random public playtests, and then the game will launch in June. So you can also play the launch in June, but yeah, we'll do public playtests ahead of that. Trying out Apogea, I think it's a rougher start than M&M. Yeah, I still gotta try Apogea. Looked interesting. But yeah, how long have I been working on this? I've been working on this since July 2020. That's when basically I put together the initial design documents and stuff. And Sean and I had all of our early conversations and discussion about the game. So our title's going to be a thing in M&M? Probably eventually. Just worried about making it just, I don't know, too many. We'll have to see if we would give titles away, if that's a thing that's just normal, kind of a normal thing, or is that a super special thing? Because I think the expectation for most people is it's gonna be a super special thing, which in that case there isn't many titles to go around. But other games obviously put a lot more common titles that you could just Jenkins. You'd be Jenkins in WoW or whatever, right? That title. But everybody's Jenkins. Can I be Scarab Lord if I kill 1 million bugs? Yeah. Yeah. They had a brutal launch with their account creation process and server queues. Was it their launch, though? Was it just a playtest? I thought it was just a playtest and they're still in development. But, I mean, that's kind of the reason you run tests. Just figure those problems out so you can solve them. How did you guys grow your team? Just hype through the years? My first time building out something like this? We streamed. We streamed from the beginning, and then people saw that we were not super crazy people. We're just kind of on the level people. So they were wow, these guys are really passionate, and they're making something that feels similar and near and dear to my heart. So people just saw the passion, wanted to be part of it, put in their own leverage their own passion and create like a project and a game that we've wanted to see for a really long time. So I would say that really just like kind of, obviously we're a commercial project from the get-go, but we didn't involve any like money, any investment. It was just like self-funded by the founders. Add people to the team on a volunteer basis. See if we can make a game. See if we can launch the game, and then So it was just like people wanting to get involved, wanting to chip in and contribute to something they believed in, really. So yeah. But we did post like role openings and like I hesitate to call it job, right? Because no one's being paid, but we posted like new roles to join the team and stuff like that, and vetted people, added them. But yeah, the turnover, like there's definitely turnover in these types of projects for sure, because like people either like kind of get bored or fed up, or they kind of are just like over it, or they need to go find a job and make money. They don't have the time to commit anymore. So you definitely see a high rate of turnover, and you like everyone's contributing like different amounts of time, right, to the project. So like a few of us are like full-time focused on Monsters and Memories for the most part. And then we have people that are like very much a part-time thing. And then we have people that like contribute a little bit here and there when they can. And I mean, we have, people that are like, they have full-time jobs, but they're contributing a lot as well. So they're just psychos, basically. But yeah. I should give Apogea a try. My game time has been the Burning Crusade pre-patch. That's been my game time lately. A little concerned about streaming our process. I'm using Claude a lot to help speed things up. There's such a stigma, but I wouldn't be able to code this fast as I am without it. Not going to use any Gen AI for any art stuff. I think that's fine. Just if you like get another tech guy later, like just have him like obviously audit your code base and stuff. Find ways to like, I don't know, optimize or clean things up where like, I don't know, like Claude could be John Carmack for all I know, like level of like craziness. But I imagine if you're using Claude, you should probably eventually have somebody take a look at the code, right? But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I honestly approve of using Claude because I've seen, because it really depends on the nature of the project, right, and who you have available. I've seen projects where Claude is an absolute game changer, and like, there was no other option, right? So Claude it up, sure. So yeah, it can be a boon. It can be a boon for sure. There's this dude who's making bots for the PlanetSide 1 emulator, and he's completely using. He doesn't. He's not. He says he's not a programmer or a software engineer at all, but he's like literally creating bots for an emulator of an old ass game that got shut down. So it's powerful, man. Like if you have, and you already have some technical know-how on top of it, I think it's pretty cool. And I think it's only going to get better, right? Yeah, you got to know what you're doing somewhat. I think that it's best in the hands of somebody who somewhat knows what they want already and stuff like that. I want to use more. I want to like. We don't use it on the project, but I want to like when I'm not gaming or taking care of kids or spending time with wife and kids and all that. Like I want to spend more time on just like, I don't know, maybe making some more personal projects and stuff, and maybe try to utilize Claude or something, see what I can do. But yeah, it's hard to find time for other projects. If I'm gonna admit, speak truthfully. Do UI React Dev at work. Haven't typed much code in 2 months. Got it automating my Jira tickets managements. Is mind blowing. Yeah. All right. Let's do one more here. Go back to the recipes. It has completely changed the way I work in Unity. As a solo dev, I can actually dedicate some time to tooling, significantly improving my efficiency. Nice. Yeah, I was looking at messing with I got super inspired by the what do you call it? The Expedition 33 documentary. Really, really inspired by this. Let's see. It's not like a documentary. It's like this video. I really like this video. This was really inspiring to see what they were able to accomplish. And like how they were learning Unreal Engine, like just they had no idea what they were doing. They were like looking up tutorials and stuff, and then they ended up making like a generational game. So I downloaded Unreal Engine 5 just to mess with in my spare time, and I was like wondering about Claude and Unreal Blueprints, if that was like a good match, but it seemed like there was maybe some other solutions. Yeah, for sure. I mean, making Expedition 33 is in a lot of cases, it's a very different development process than some other games, because it's like you're basically making a movie. Like, let's be honest. I mean, there is gameplay, obviously, there is game design there, but you're kind of making like a movie almost. Like, there's a lot of like mocap stuff, casting actors, casting voice actors, like. So I don't know if I really have it in me to be anything like that crazy, but the founder of Sandfall was a narrative director, narrative designer, right? So, I mean, but still, it'd be cool to like kind of mess around in Unreal. See, there's still a lot of money put into it. Yeah, there was, of course. But even so, like, making a generational game with like 10 mil or whatever it was still feels like, and they just like had so, like, I don't know, man, they did so much like they had like these like videos created of like their like live music performances and all this like behind the scenes stuff. So they had all this like marketing stuff on top of like having, and like they had all like big name actors and stuff like on the game and everything, and it's like, but they only spent the 10 million and they made a generational game. Like, I don't know, it's pretty crazy regardless. Like, yeah, I mean, you're comparing like your lowest tier indie to like to Expedition 33, which did have a publisher. It did have a publisher. But still, like, well, I mean, they were ex-Ubisoft developers, right? They had AAA game dev experience, but still, like, that doesn't like take away from their accomplishment, right? Like, they still had to, like, because if you're a narrative designer, you probably don't know much about making games in Unreal Engine, you know what I mean? Like, so for him to learn it stuff and kind of get the ball rolling, it definitely is admirable, right? But yeah, I was super impressed, and with the game and just the story behind it, I think it was phenomenal. Like, I took a bunch of, like, as I was playing through Expedition 33, I just randomly took screenshots because I was so impressed with how the environment looked and how the lighting and the fog and everything came together. It just looks so good. And then, like, the music just lives rent-free in my head. The story really felt good, felt amazing. Like, the combat felt amazing with the sound design and the music together. Like, everything about that game was just so good. It's a cinematic experience, yeah. All right, let me... I kind of want to pull up that... since we're kind of off this right now. Should we pull up the little Force segment? If you guys didn't see it yet, might be fun to look at. What game were you all mentioning? That was Expedition 33. Claire Obscura Expedition 33. It was the game of the year of 2025. And it wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. They swept everything. All right, let's get a sound level here. Let's do this.
Been a fair bit of doom and gloom. And hey everyone, welcome back. So recently there's been a fair bit of doom and gloom in our discussion around MMOs. Well, more than usual anyway. Much of this was spurred on following the cancellation of multiple in-development projects throughout the course of 2025. MMOs that I'll say, at least personally, I was really looking forward to. Nevertheless, though, there are
Abominator
still in the works.
Thank you for the Prime
this year. So
welcome in.
Today, I want us to focus on the things that we do have to still look forward to. What new MMOs can you expect to get to play in 2026? Let's take a look. Gonna start this off with the ones that have publicly announced a 2026 release in one way or another. Monsters and Memories. Monsters and Memories.
Monsters. Oh, video's a bit quiet. Okay. Monsters and Memories, right off the rip. You love to see it. Huh. Surreal, yeah. Very surreal.
Memories. This is a game that I've heard a lot about over the past few years, but every time I went to check it out, I looked at screenshots and thought, nah, I don't know about this. I'll admit, like, I just straight up dismissed the game at first glance. That's what was happening. However,
I mean, how many of you have also done this in chat? How many of you also did this at one point or another? Type 1. Did you dismiss our game initially because of the graphics? Nope. There's a lot of ones, though. There's a decent amount of ones. There is a decent amount of ones in there. Now, that's not to say, you know, like, people just don't get it at first. They're like, you know what? Like, they're like, games that look like this, usually they don't have a good, like, I don't know, like, they're like, oh, one guy probably made this, and it's probably not going to be, there's probably like one zone, right? But it's not true for our game, obviously. So I think once people kind of get it and they're like, oh, wow, there is a game here, like they warm up to the graphics and they warm up to the vibe. So like, I get it. I hold no ill will. Right. So
couple weeks ago, I finally got around to actually watching an extended length of gameplay, and that alone changed my mind.
Extended length of gameplay. I am fairly certain that he is referring to Kongin streaming the public playtest. I think that is the case. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, 100%. It was. It's got to be.
I am now on board. This actually looks quite interesting if you can get by the intentionally old school looking visuals. There does seem to be a rather unique, deep MMO experience in here. So this is old school not only in how it looks, but also in its design. This is going to be one of those we will not hold your hand at all MMOs. Here's how the developer describes it. They say Monsters and Memories is a massive multiplayer online RPG inspired by the gameplay, social interaction, and sense of being in a virtual world that we saw back in the classic era early 2000s MMOs. The moment-to-moment gameplay emphasizes planning and tactics over high actions per minute or mastering a perfect rotation. The class design, combat, and other systems really emphasize player interdependencies, group play, and social interaction, although they have made it clear that you can do a lot of things solo, but to get the most out of the game, you're gonna want to work with other people. Character progress is deliberately slow and meaningful. They say that they are strong believers in the leveling being something to be enjoyed rather than something to speed through, which I wholeheartedly concur. This is a conclusion that I've come through to in recent years as well. Endgame is important, yes, but I don't want the bulk of the game to be blowing through all the content in the game. I like to kind of be immersed in my leveling nowadays. As for
I would like to be immersed in my leveling nowadays. Yep. It's all about the journey. It's not about the destination. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. That being said, I'm conjuring images of like all the people who bought boosts on Burning Crusade and just like, you know.
For the world, it is set on a massive continent surrounded by black seas, littered with the broken remains of ancient lands and fallen gods. As for how this game came about, they say that it began as a discussion among MMO fans who wanted to create a niche, smaller budget indie game in the style of classic fantasy MMOs, utilizing modern-day tools and development practices to make that dream come true.
I think I would love for people to get more of this story. I would love for more of the story to get out there, you know? Like, if you, like, I think if you presented our story, like, people would just, like, they would be like, how is that even possible? How is that real? How is, you know? I think that's going to be something interesting to see get picked up on more, is the story of Monsters and Memories, because It's pretty interesting. It's I think it's going to be a good case study in the future for some other teams and developers. But yeah, like literally, I just went into Sean's Twitch chat. Like you guys are right now. You're in a Twitch chat, and then I was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if X, Y, and Z? And then he was like, yeah, that would be pretty cool. Let's chat. I was like, okay. And then here we are. Kind of like E33 got their composer. Yeah. Guys, I'm one of you. I'm literally one of you. You know, I just came from Twitch chat. That's where I came from. And that's where I will go back to when my job is done. The fact that all you've done this in your free time is absolutely wild. Yeah, it's a bit tougher when you had I was working full time, but you know, it works. You just gotta really put in the time and really just having a good support system really helps. I will say that having, you know, financial security or a good support system or both, like that definitely helps. But yeah.
Since those early days, the game itself and the team have grown quite substantially. Honestly,
That's
I
true.
dig what they're going for here. I love the old school vibes. I'm sure the visuals will be a non-starter for some people. Again, it put
Naturally.
me off at first. But as a fan of classic MMO design, even though I did initially sort of hand-wave this game away, I am now quite keen to give it a go. Beta
So guys, just get in there. You know, if there's some kind of thing bothering you, whether it be the graphics or the merchant system or what have you, just give it a go, man. Just play with some friends. Give it a chance. Give the game a chance. And like, you never know what might pop up in the future, right? Like what random thing we decide to do, or you know, like maybe, like for example, we're doing the cantrips, right? So the spell book on death people, that may be one of you out there in the chat who doesn't like the spell book dropping on death. Be honest. Be honest. Any of you out there? I do not like it. I hate it 100%. Me, I hate it. Me. But now that the cantrip system is going in, how do you feel about... Can I like display that? Can I... All right, hold on. Let's die here real quick. Invuln off. So look at... You see how I have these like orange colored abilities here? Yeah. So those should just be cantrips now. So let me bind myself. Then let me off myself. And we'll see what happens. Cantrips are limited slots that you can pick a spell to. Oh, well, okay. I guess that didn't quite work out how I wanted it to, but hey, the idea is there that you would have yeah, nice demo. Yeah, what is it? Look at this guy. Look at this clown developer. He doesn't even know what the hell's going on. Let me see if I can... I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, there we go. You have finished memorizing the cantrip Abolish Magic. Oh, wait. Okay, so it might work now. All right, let's try. Let's try. Let me off myself again. All right. Testing on prod. I mean, this is dev. That count? Ah, there it is. There it is. What is orange? I think orange was just like the old implementation. So there. Look it. I don't have a spell book, but I've got a spell. Can I cast it? Well, apparently I can't cast it, but you know, it's a work in progress. Let me see here. Let me tell Ollie. I can't cast my cantrip, but it is there. So this is weird. What if I grab my book now? I guess, I don't know. But you get the idea, right? There may be things that come in and remedy, like, problems that you have with the game. For example, who likes the game now graphically? Like, who likes the graphics of the game? But who likes the graphics of the game but didn't like it early on? Because we're improving the graphics, we're making things look better, we're doing more animations, we're adding new sounds, we're adding new music, we're adding like everything, right? Like we're continuing to work on it. I mean, obviously, stylistically, it's not going to change much, right? Like, but things are going to get smoothed out. There's going to be like cleaner textures, cleaner lighting, and design stuff. Quality of life things are getting implemented. So like, the spellbook people don't have to worry as much. So yeah, give the game a try. Give it a chance. Even if you're kind of initially put off by it, like, I truly believe that this is a game that many people can find enjoyment out of. You just gotta get yourself in the mindset of this is a different MMO. This is not your stereotypical MMO, right? Like, it's not gonna always hold your hand. There's gonna be some things that is a little bit weird at first, but I promise you, there is, like, if you like classic WoW, I think there's gonna be something for you here. Absolutely. Like, now the combat may play out a little bit different than you're used to, but in general, the kind of vibes and themes and kind of gameplay loop that we're going for is very reminiscent of that kind of discovery and exploration, like the early days at least. So yeah, anyways, so
beta testing has been taking place in recent months. The next test is scheduled to begin in March as well as April, and then they will be launching into early access on June the 1st. As you might recall,
there it is. And then so let's see what his MMO plans are.
So yeah, while the past 6 months have been a little rough in the world of in-development MMOs, there's still a lot to look forward to. And honestly, right now, I am pretty pumped for 2026 when it comes to getting to play some MMOs. Beyond my recent revisit to Guild Wars 2 and my impending relapse to World of Warcraft with Burning Crusade, as well as my plans to jump back into ESO, I want to see when they bump up that overworld difficulty. I'm really keen to check that out. I'm also really interested to try Monsters and Memory. Cinder City and Apogea, those are probably my top 3. I'm hoping they make the necessary improvements to Chrono Odyssey. We'll see. And while I don't have super high expectations, I would love to be surprised by Arcade Chronicles and or Scars of Honor. Well, that concludes our look. But yeah, hey, thank you, Force, for the shout out. That was cool, man. I appreciate it. It's a big deal for us small indie MMOs, and to be mentioned first on the list and be on your personal list of games you're interested in trying. That's awesome. That's that's badass. So cool, fun. So we got to make it happen, you know, like. Hype is one thing, and getting some shoutouts is one thing, but, you know, actually executing and sticking the landing is going to be super important.
Did my character not have mana? Oh, maybe that was it. Okay. Let me die. I don't know why my error text isn't on. That's I couldn't see I was out of mana, but I should have just looked. Okay, yeah, we're good. That was just user error. User error. Why does Dispel Magic not have a sound effect? What's going on, Dispel Magic? Huh? It should. Should it not? Is the game just too quiet? Oh, I guess something bugged out there. Oh, when you cast it... Wait, cast Abolish Magic. Ah, it's just Abolish Magic, okay. I don't know why. Like, I feel just so cooked mentally sometimes. Alright. Abolish Magic. Let's fix that up. This spell is so old. It hasn't gotten looked at. That's probably why. Okay. And hit impact. Stun impact. Alright. Alright, let me turn my music back on. Cast Abolish Magic. Alright. So that works. So yeah, Cantrip's coming to a game near you. What? So spellbook dropper haters. Does that do it for you? Does that solve it? Does that solve the problem? How do you define a cantrip? So you alright, so you memorize a spell normally. And then when you memorize it, it has the orange. That means it's not a cantrip. But if you right click, so you don't want to right click the actual like cube, because that'll make you unmemorize it. But if you right click on the, or left, can I left click here? Yes, I can left click here. So you left click on the number. Can I also right click on there? What happens if I do that? Ah, yes. So you sit down to memorize it as a cantrip, but you can instantly remove it from being a cantrip as well, and then probably assign it to something else. Looks like you can't assign it pretty ahead of time, but you can yeah. So what happens if I right click there? Okay, right click doesn't work, which is probably good. But yeah, just left click there on that little thingy. check my Discord messages. I've got a lot of Discord messages. Like, if it's about invites, there's no invites going out. So, just, yeah, please don't DM about any more invites. There's no invites going out right now. Nobody's getting any invites. Other than the occasional raffle on a stream, there's no invites going out. If it's about something else, then I'll eventually read it if I haven't already. But I would always recommend posting something on the forums. You can DM me about some like random like bad bugs and exploits and like random things, feedback, sure, from time to time, but like it is probably better to get out there in the community, in front of more developers, in front of more people. It's much less likely to be lost. But yeah, in terms of the invite stuff, like, we're just trying to get ready for beta. We've got plenty of people in the alpha. The alpha is doing fine. It's about something else? Well, send me another DM then. Send me another DM. Like, it's the only thing I can suggest. So all of my, I've read all of my Discord DMs. Not really. Well, our early access characters roll over into beta and then into full release. No, you got it backwards there. Early access is after beta, not before beta. But alpha and beta characters do not roll into early access. And then early access is just the launch of the game. That's pretty much what it is. Early access is the launch of the game, so you never lose your characters. Because that would be really weird if you launched a game and then wiped characters, in my opinion. But hey, some people do it. No, you can't stream or post videos from alpha or beta until that restriction has been lifted. You can record videos locally, but you can't post the video footage of that content. You can... In the public test, you can do that, but in the private test, you cannot. All right, I think it's time to work on some more crap. If we can't get into alpha when it's closed beta, March 1st is the target for beta. I know it's a little out of scope, but do you have any idea why there hasn't been another AAA VR game like Half-Life Alyx? Is making a VR game way harder than an ordinary PC game? I don't have enough experience to know if it's harder, but I will say that it's more niche, of course, because not everyone has the VR headset. The VR headset is like a cost thing for something that they don't know if they're going to even like or not. So... yeah, not everyone has VR headsets. AAA gaming developers are not really willing to kind of create VR experiences yet. It's just like, I think they're waiting for the technology to be more and more advanced. Maybe the cost of the headsets to be lower. That would be my guess. Is that it's just a niche thing still. It's pretty much the same reason why hasn't there been an MMORPG like this? Why hasn't a AAA company greenlit a game like this? Well, it's a niche game. I'm sorry to hear that, McCatface. I hope that everything calms down and the world, just starts making sense again. It's a wild world out there. Anything you can tell us on planned class changes, example to wizard? Nothing concrete yet, but there is like a proposed couple ideas there. Kind of like want to leverage more like the wizard staff and maybe even being able to equip magic, like channel it and like have like some kind of persistent magic kind of dealy. But it's still just ideas. It's nothing hard locked in yet on that. How many users per server is the plan? I think somewhere between like 1,000 and 1,201, something like that. And that when I'm saying those numbers, I'm saying concurrently. Yeah, Synlytic, pretty much. That's the joke. But yeah, obviously the actual amount of users that play will be like, our estimates is like 5x what the concurrent is, I think. So there will be like, I don't know, 5,000 people maybe per server, but there's only like 1,000 to 1,200 ish playing at once or something. I don't know. So I've kind of written up a proposal and like a server proposal plan and kind of presented it to the guys. So and I think we have a poll coming out soon to further help us like inform on like what the servers will be and stuff like that. Once you reach the cap, is there a queue? Yeah, I think we're gonna plan for a queue. So excited to try this game. MMO rut has been real for years. Hey, Kyoto, I'm glad you're excited for the game. Can you scale out instead of a queue? Scale out. What does that mean? You have so much content per level in this game. One player space out of it, you can hold a lot per server. Yeah, I mean, I think doing a 1,000 to 1,200 player server is kind of a testament to that, right? Like, I don't think that's a small number by any means. Like, for the amount of... Like... It's hard to say there's both a lot of content and not a it's a small portion of the game world, but that portion of the game world has a lot of content within it, right? And like, I mean, by most standards of like indie MMO creations, I like, I'm gonna be honest, I think we're kind of up there. But that being said, like, it's still a small percentage of the world, right? We're talking like what, 20-30% maybe, if that. So it like, I think 1,000 players is gonna be pretty comfy. You know, it's not gonna feel dead on 1,000. I don't think. But if we feel that there is a need to have more players per server, then what we can do is merge one of the servers from the cluster into that server, combining the populations together, because they already have a shared data set, so it's not a big deal with names and guild names and stuff like that. Then we can also just raise the queue as well, right? We can raise it from, you know, whatever it is, like 1,200 to, you know, 1,400, 1,500, you know, whatever, right? So there is like different criteria for like merging servers, demerging servers, raising the queue, lowering the queue. At least I've proposed that there is a, you know, criteria. We haven't established the exact criteria yet. Obviously, we can change that criteria as we go, but it would be good to have a solid plan to start with, right? So we're working on that, and we're working on getting that poll out to you as well for more context for us, so we can have more information that we need to make those decisions and inform those decisions as well. So, and also trying to figure out, like, can we swing a Europe server and an Oceanic server? And if those servers end up being like really, really dead, what our game plan is for those, obviously. If we do those servers, like a Europe West, that would be merging into a US East server. And if it was a no box server, that would be merging into a no box. And if it was a box server, it'd be merging into a box server, right? I think if we did do a Europe West and a Oceanic server, the first server would be a boxing allowed server, because that makes the most sense, right? Like, if the server doesn't have the population, you probably need it to be a box server. But if for some reason that server got packed, then we could open a no box server for that region. But at least try an EU server IMO, yeah. I would like for us to try that, yeah. Because I mean, if we have to move it to East, it's not a big deal. I don't know what Oceanic ping gets to US West, but that would also be obviously the targeted merge for any Oceanic server would be US West. Yeah, we have Zems, but the Zems aren't like... The Zems are designed in a way that it's more based on the dungeon archetype than it is based on, like, this dungeon has X and this dungeon has Y. They're pretty much, with like maybe one or two special exceptions, which might have like a slightly more big bonus. Well, it's still archetype based, I would say. So yeah, like the Zem of zones is based on the zone archetype, not the specific zone. It could be on the specific zone, but I decided against that. I thought that it would be cooler to just not make certain zones way better than others. Now it's a tool that we can utilize later if we need to, but I I don't know that we need to make like, for instance, like Wormsbane doesn't need like a crazier Zem than Telekir, at least at this time, right? Will latency play a huge role on content like raids? I mean, will there be telegraph combat or like where MS needs to be low? No. There will not be. I mean, there is like an animation and a spell effects that gets telegraphed, and a cast bar that gets telegraphed. But you're talking about like on the ground, like telegraphing, like crazy abilities, stuff like that. No, we're not going to do any of that. And I mean, these games were really designed to be played on modems, so I mean, it should be fine. Like, yeah, a little bit of lag could hurt you in certain cases, but it's overall not going to make that much of a difference. And the gameplay is going to feel smooth because we have like ability prediction. So I think you should be fine. Say no to Wildstar telegraphs. Yeah, we'll have to purchase the Wildstar, and then we'll worry about them. Has anyone tried to buy Wildstar? Has that been a thing? I can confirm it feels good. I'm in South America and the servers are still in EU. No, and it's all good. The servers are in EU, yeah. All the servers are in EU right now. Yeah, easily. That's... I think if people are not going to zones, we should figure out why that is, right? Like, the itemization and like difficulty consistency really wasn't there too much in EverQuest, right? So it kind of necessitated Zems because it was like, oh wow, this zone just has like no good loot and it's really annoying to be in. Might as well like jack up the Zem on it, you know? Or like, I don't know, like the Zem methodology, it's kind of a band-aid fix for something where you can just like add more named, add more items, add more, like balance the content, make sure that the content has like some consistency of balance. But yeah, hey, Stapradio, thank you for that tier 1. Welcome in. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Appreciate that. So you have a zone that is out of the way, it's underwater, it doesn't have higher Zem. Do you plan to have better loot or what? We're trying to keep our itemization pretty consistent, right? So if you get something out of a dungeon, like I don't think there's gonna be zones that have bad loot per se. There might be zones that don't have loot that you want, or maybe just because of like the nature of like it being like other versions being available, or like other similar items being available in other places that are slightly better, you know, maybe more easily obtainable. Like we've put a lot of effort into making sure that our itemization is like pretty consistent. And we're gonna be putting even more effort into that because we've brought somebody on the team, some new very experienced developer / designer on the team. So he's been organizing our itemization better and providing us visualizations and providing us more kind of just having a greater degree of eyeballs on things. Hey, Anros MMO, thank you so much for continuing the gift sub. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Still no name? I mean, I think he said it was okay to say it. I'll ask. How about that? We'll just ask. Thoughts on fighter unnerving shout to provide threat to help with fighter aggro? Is it a fairly lengthy thread on fighter aggro issues in Discord? Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't want for them to like have like a trivialized like threat generation, AoE threat generation type of deal. I mean, maybe. But I could definitely see certain effects getting more threat generation to help with like their single target. Okay, so we got confirmation that we can, in fact, reveal the secret identity. You guys got some video material.
Yes.
Some old video material.
And we can see you.
Seems like that's off to a good start, sir.
So that's a pretty good start. How did the sound levels sound? Is there an echo? Are we all good?
So yeah, you guys can
Sounds fine. All right, man.
watch this video and see
and you gotta hop out of here.
That's Rich
in
Waters.
less than an hour now.
he is a OG EQ developer.
For a little bit of time, then wait and maybe not get you on at all.
He's basically like the lead on Pop, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll definitely have you back whenever you want to come.
But yeah, he's an OG,
great beard, very full.
and he's joined a team. He's helping out with design. Really just helping us like unravel like all the like. He's in discovery mode. He's seeing what we're all about, and he's proposing various optimizations or changes to our processes right now. So whether that be ability and class related, itemization related, like balance stuff, trade skills, all types of things. He's basically just digging into all the different aspects of design. So yeah, Rich Waters is officially part of the crew. It's awesome to have him. But yeah, definitely check that video out later. Super exciting to have another OG dev on the crew. Yeah, it is really cool. You have to make sure they don't get in a parking lot brawl. Yeah, I don't think we have to worry about that. An EQMU dev that was joining the team. Not that I'm aware of, no. Hi, Emmy. How's it going? But yeah, so it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. It's so I mean it's nice. It kind of takes some of the burden off of like, well, Sean, Ollie, and I on some of the design front, right? We can't only focus on the game design and direction of the game. Like there's other things that we also have to focus on. So having some really strong, like, experienced developers like Rich and Joseph, aka Runaf, we're really able to expand our capabilities and just kind of sign off on different initiatives and proposals and stuff. And yeah, and those guys are amazing developers, and I really respect them a lot. And I have total faith in them, in their abilities, and they really do get it. Will this game have dailies of any kind? Even just like a daily double dungeon or anything? I'm hoping literally zero dailies or weeklies of any kind. Yeah, there's no dailies or weeklies. That is like, there's spawn timers that might maybe be like weekly, but there's no quests like chores that you have to do like that. Red666, welcome in. Thanks for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. Appreciate that, Red666. Appreciate you. Raids are your weeklies? Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Maybe repeatable quests, but no gacha dailies? Yeah, we have repeatable quests. But yeah, that's a very different thing. Because eventually some of those repeatable quests, like, you kind of just out-level them or whatever, right? Any word on when more hot bars are coming? That could be soon. That could be soon. But it could also not be. But it was something that we're like, it's up there, right? When we get some UI stuff cooking, it's definitely in the mix for sure. I want to sit around for a week farming just one name spawn to finally spawn just to drop some item for a class not in the group. Yeah. Where's my in-boat playable card game? It's not the top of our priority list, but it's definitely something that we'd like to have eventually. Probably like a 1.0 thing. Will there be a good low-level XP quest like Orc Belts in Old EQ? Yeah, there's something I want to look at with that, though. Like, I'm sure there probably is, but we really need to audit our quest experience before EA. I think that's on the list of things to audit, because surely some people have already been banking like some like quests that they're gonna spam when the game goes live, so they can skip a ton of levels, and who knows what'll happen. Probably, you know, maybe it does happen, right? But we definitely need to audit those quest turn-ins, because like while there should be some quests that do that, like have like a good XP return, and like you can sell the quest items and stuff, there's like an economy around it, like that's all cool and all. Just got to make sure that it's not too crazy, and then potentially make it so that you can't just like spam it like 1 to 60 somehow. Like whether that be like make it stop giving XP at a certain level or what have you, right? Like I don't want somebody turning in 1 million fire beetle eyes and so they can level to 60 or whatever, right? That would be weird. Any word on guild banks? No plans currently, but doesn't mean we won't do them. Level to 100 off boars, South Park style. Yeah, that's that's the intended gameplay loop. Yes. Will there be increased spawn rate and starter zones on launch? Already is. There's already an increased spawn rate, but we can make it faster, even a little bit faster. And were you playing in Phalandrall or were you playing in Night Harbor? Night Harbor? Yeah. Only Night Harbor, or did you run out into Shaded Dunes or Sungreet Strand? Didn't make it out there? Oh yeah, you gotta make it out there. If you're trying to just do the newbie yard, that's not gonna support a ton of people. I mean, it's gonna support a decent amount, but it's not like. So there's various newbie yards within the city, and then some other like different volumes within the city. But a lot of times it's gonna be easier to just make your way out of Night Harbor into Shaded Dunes this way, or Sungreet Strand over yonder, out of the North Gate. And there's going to be a lot more spawns there. There's going to be a lot less lag. The game's going to just run better. There's more camps. Sorry, I've been up since like 6. Are there any spells that play with pathing? Like have a mob reverse their pathing or something? That seems really cool for like a chrono mage or something. But no, there isn't anything like that. Intended level to start grouping? Level 1 if you want. There isn't really an intended level. Like the difficulty definitely ramps, so you could probably get away with soloing on every class up to a certain point, but then eventually it's just going to be more efficient to group up for most classes. So I would say like definitely around like maybe 4 or 5, maybe a little bit higher than that. Level 3 for the croc groups is good, yeah. Cause yeah, you could come over here. There's like some little bit higher level stuff. 3 and level 3s and 4s, and like maybe some 2s as well. Maybe a 5 as well. I don't know. But yeah, there's... Could come over here by the shore. Some crocs out here. But yeah, a lot of people get kind of stuck on just like, I gotta do my starter quest. Like, if the starter quest is giving you some kind of anxiety or like it's frustrating you, I would suggest not doing the starter quest, just throwing your starter note maybe in the bank and then coming back to it later. Or looking up like a guide for it or something. Because there's so much of the game to enjoy and love, but if you're getting like hung up on the fact that you can't figure out your starter quest, I would hate for that to ruin your experience of playing the game, because there's so much more game. Like, just ignore the starter quest at first. Just grind mobs. Do dungeons, camp rare, like rare spawns, and get loot. Like, killing, grinding, getting loot. That's like the foundation of MMO gameplay loop, right? So, and then you can always just come back later when you're higher level and just kind of slam through the quests if you want, or you'll have more of a kind of footing in the world. You might have passed by like certain quest NPCs or whatever, so you might be more familiar with where things are and stuff. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing the starter quests right away necessarily, but I don't know. It depends on what type of player you are. Is it intended that bards can't proc weapons while casting? Because we cast a lot and it results in much lower rates than others. Well, if you're casting, you're not attacking, right? So I'd assume not. Can you twink and power level your alts? Yeah. Will lizards be able to beat necros and shamans? I don't think we have a race list, but I think that would be cool. Yeah, I think that those two probably are safe to say that we'd probably have necro and shaman lizards, and enchanters, and I want to say inquisitors, but I don't know. Definitely enchanters though, because Zukin demands it. Monks? Yeah, there's got to be lizard monks, let's be honest. Will ratmen be able to be necros and shamans? Yeah, I would think so, yes. I would think so. We'll have to see when we decide that ratmen are going to be a player race, because it's inevitable. We just have to decide when, in my opinion. Yeah, in my opinion, it's inevitable. Maybe other people feel differently. I do not. Minotaurs win? Whenever we model them and animate them. Texture them. Will illusions also give the caster the racial buffs like EQ did? Wasn't it kind of like a diminished version, though? It wasn't like the full thing? Well, you get the vision, yeah. You got the vision. I don't know if we'll do the vision. Because we're not really doing a lot of vision spells, but maybe you do. But yeah, I think like giving like maybe a couple points of regen might be fun if you're doing like troll, lizard, illusion. I think that's reasonable. You got frontal stun immunity. Really? It's wild. Really? I don't know. Do they really? I thought they didn't. I've never seen, like, I always see people use like the troll illusion, I thought. Definitely did. Illusion Ogre. Cloaks you in a shimmering illusion that makes you appear to be an ogre. The spell also grants you greatly improved night vision and gives the ability Slam. Does not give ogre racial front stun immunity. Was that changed at some point, I wonder? I don't know. I mean, this is P99 saying this, but it is the wiki, so I don't know. It could be wrong. It's weird that it gave you Slam. How does that work? It just like randomly appears and then disappears? Hello, sad mans. Yeah, I did have a really old plan for a elemental pet that was like a mixture of all the pets. It was going to be like a cooldown pet, but I don't think we ever made a model for it. You could potentially just like modify the shader and do something cool, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a later type thing. So, are you saying that bards could attack while singing? Is that what you're saying? Or sorry, bards were able to attack while casting their song, while the cast bar is up. But it's not, that isn't a thing in Eminem, is what you're saying. Because then that's a huge oversight, if so. You can in Eminem too, okay. Oh, so, but the procs don't fire off because you're casting. Whereas in EQ, if you were attacking and casting a song, you would get the proc, but since you're already casting something, the proc is blocked. Is that the correct description? The last one. Okay. So lizards will have regen? Yeah, I would say so, yeah. Drop tail racial. Well, but will regen be innate, or do you have to pick it? It'll probably be innate. You have regen based on sunlight? How do you split the hotbar like that? 2 columns of 6. You resize it. Like this. It's been harder in the past, believe me. I think we may have finally fixed it, because this... Yeah, this used to be a pain. Now it just does it. Man, a cold-blooded trait or some kind would be cool. Cold-blooded trait. That would be cool. Will elves get innate infravision? The vision types are not innate. You have to pick them. That's the current design of them. Because we didn't want people to always have that on if they didn't want to. And we're also thinking about maybe making a buff that will give you like just normal vision. So you can like nerf your vision for screenshots or videos if you don't want like a red tint or a purple tint or whatever on your screen, right? Should be innate and toggleable. Yeah, that probably makes more sense, honestly. But then there's some people that will never turn it off. Not that that's a bad thing, but some people will go through the game being like, wow, the game just looks like this. And then Goblin will be sad. So if we defaulted it to off, maybe? I don't know. It's just... It's a toughie. Give those people a reason to play through again? What about the people who are like, man, I don't want to play that red tinted game. I'm out. Yeah. Would it be a skill in the book? The plan is not currently to have it be a skill in the book. That's awesome, Toasty. They know they're Man, that Twitch really knows, don't they? They know what's up. All right. Well, that was a fun detour. Ooh, I think it's time to work on something. So did I ever do this? Yeah, longbow is done. Longbow, recurve bow. Let's check the DB though. Copy. So for the recurve bow, we can do like, we do it at 35. Do like, I guess we'll just make it on par with the two-handers or something. I'm sure this will get changed. Oh, I want to test something. Let me mute the music real quick. Let me turn on the in-game music. Alright, go to Worm's Bane real quick. Are different classes able to use a different type of bows / shields? Why is a longbow different than a recurve? It's just like better, I guess. I don't think. I mean, we'll probably differentiate that a little bit. Who can use what? Like for the shields, there's already kind of a plan for that. All we gotta do is let the music play. It's everybody's favorite bone construct. There's a couple, raid tuning stuff, or like, not raid tuning, but like, yeah, I mean, let's just call it raid tuning. Coming in the next patch, so I'm sure this guy won't be like too hard, but yeah, it's gonna be a little bit harder. And number of encounters got tweaks, so it's not just bone construct. Oh, I just changed the music. That might have been counterproductive to what I wanted to do. Elaborate? Nah. You guys just gotta play it live and see what happens. Thanks, guys. I have around 14 severed heads from various enemies. I have no idea. I have no idea. I really love the new updated like ground texture in here. Actually feels like there's some like wear to the stone. It's not like perfect. All right. In the meantime, I could finish up this. $225, 26, 225, 300. Whatever, this could be like that. I'm sure we'll revise it someday if we ever use it. Recipes. All right. I will increase the amount here. Make this like a 9. All right. I think that's that. Any chance we could lower the level of group evac for wizard? Currently level 55. Well, that's just the evac to the safe spot, right? That's not evac in general. You know what I mean? I mean, certain abilities gotta be, if like they're not super core, they gotta be like a little aspirational, you know? I'm okay with that being higher level. Does evac have a chance to abandon someone? I don't know that it does currently. I have to look at the failure stuff on that. Hey, Slashkey, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Nick. I'm one of the lead developers here on Monsters and Memories. And just testing some stuff in-game and working on some stuff. But hey, thanks again for the raid, Slashkey. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Welcome in. Nice place to land. Hey, appreciate it. Ronjack, welcome in. Thank you for the prime. Glad you're enjoying the stream. So it sounds like we didn't make the music change yet. The dungeon music change. Let me see. I'll ask about that. We were chatting a bit about the expeditions, how they're superior as an idea to something like Dungeon Finder and building community through systems. That's a fun topic. Yeah, I think we'll probably see some collaboration between guilds on some of that stuff. Dungeon music change isn't in yet? Gotcha. Yeah, I was just testing it out because I thought of it. Well, I guess we can head out then. Bye, dungeon. Does my goblin have infravision? Does he? Looks like no. He does not. He does have an alchemy bonus, though. What happens if I set all my skills to 0? It says 0. I should see if that actually is granted. Alright, can we beat the shutdown timer? Any idea when the patch is coming? Not 100% sure. Okay. It says I don't have any alchemy skill. I think I can maybe check. Let me hide something. Characters. Skills. Ah, it doesn't say he has any skills. Maybe that's a user error on my part. Alright, I'll turn off the in-game music. We'll put the YouTube back on. Wondering why your Worm's Bane looks so much different than mine? Does it? I thought we already pushed those changes out. I could be wrong. Played private EQ server for a while, all custom charts of Dahlia. We had maps system where you could find, sell maps of different rarity. They were mini group to low raid encounters. You'd have the lock. You would dig as you did. Mobs would spawn. It was a great community group building idea that you took around the world. Well, I have to show you something. then. Let me look at something real quick. Okay. All right, let me first take a look at that trait stuff. Oh, this might have gotten too loud. I have to see. Here, I'm gonna actually just go to the next track because, oh, well, that's not the game I was looking for. Okay. All right, let's just go back to the beginning of the playlist real quick. Alright, that should be good. Alright, let's start over. What's up, tank tops are nasty? Yeah, Shards of Dahlia is a really sick server, I think. Alright, let's see here. They had a lot of great ideas. And they were able to implement them, which is even more impressive as well. Let me look. I think I might have forgotten the... Yep. Alchemy bonus. Elk. That should be it, right? ALC. Yeah. All right. That should be fixed. I should add this to the trait section of my patch notes. Traits. Enchanter and Shaman now have innate bonuses to their enchanting and alchemy skills, respectively. So here, let me show you. Oh, we might have to restart our client. Let's do that real quick. We got a patch. Uh-oh, the patcher crashed. Luckily, I think we're... Swanee, I don't know if Swanee's around, but I'm pretty sure we're getting close to being able to get that new launcher going. So that'll be a huge boon to everything. All right, we're patching. Yeah, new launcher. It'll be good. It'll be good. No, I also had a good chat with Archer, our VFX artist, the other day. Dude, I'm so excited for the VFX that he's going to be working on, man. It's going to be so sick. It's going to make a huge difference. All right. Man. Old Patcher can't die soon enough. What's he working on mainly? So he's been working on some stuff for environments in zones and stuff, but we're gonna start like honing in on like the very like visual like what like commonly used effects, right? Like across like larger ability lines, more common ability lines and stuff. So because those are going to be like a high impact additions, right? So we're going to get rid of like the stun placeholder effect and just a bunch of the placeholders, really, right? And then they're just going to look really dope. And then yeah, the game's going to be cool. All that kind of good stuff, right? So pretty much that simple. Well, easier said than done. Have any of you guys played Hytale by chance? Just curious, what's the vibe check on Hightail? Playing right now? Wife is playing it upstairs, playing it now? It's fun? Want to get into it, but can't get off P99? Yeah. Sorry, this is what we're looking at here. Might as well pull it up. Guys, while this is patching, I think I might go use the restroom real quick. But because I gotta go rest in the restroom. Yeah, I might dabble. Do you guys think it's worth? Should I pick it up? How much are they selling it for? Grab a Kirkland cold brew. Guys, I have completely detoxed off of caffeine again over the last. So we're already 2 weeks into the new year. We have fixed our sleep schedule and we have kicked caffeine. The cycle continues? Yeah. You'll relapse on EA launch? Let's be honest, I'm gonna relapse in like 3 days probably. But we'll try to go hard. We'll try to go hard as we can without, What's wrong with caffeine? Nothing really. I just personally don't enjoy being a caffeinated person long term. Short term, I love it. Long term, There goes the Costco sponsorship. Yeah. Well, don't worry. I use plenty of other products from Costco, so we'll get in their good graces. You know, if I have to, slurp down. What do you call it? Glizzies. Bunch of glizzies on there. Caffeine is good for brain health. Staves off dementia. Yeah. But I don't know, man. There's got to be something else for that too, right? Like playing video games. Doesn't that help with brain health? Or does that help with brain rot? Caffeine's not good for heart health. Really? Is that so? Costco hot dog, pizza, or chicken bake. I don't think I've had chicken bake. I'll have to try that. Their pizza's decent, I would say. But if I'm ever at Costco, you bet, I'm buying a glizzy. It's a hot dog all the way. Excessive caffeine isn't good for anyone. Yeah. My wife says caffeine helps with focus for people with ADHD. I can see that. There's a study a few years back that said you could drink like 25 cups of coffee and should be fine. That sounds not great. It doesn't sound like a good idea. You know what really helps with brain health? Monsters and memories. I'll be healed soon enough. Nice. Video games are actually shown to improve cognition, more so strategy games, though. There was a study of an old RTS game. Yeah, but it may improve cognition, but then you go on the ladder for StarCraft and you want to, like, literally off yourself because, like, it's just so toxic. It's so like troll. It's just so, oh my god. It would probably, yeah, it might help with your cognition, but your mental health takes a massive dive. Start mixing your morning coffee grounds. This 50-50 decaf helps keep it under control if you drink lots. Yeah, Ashent. I've spent a lot of time at that, and the progress has not been great. So I think I'm at the point where I'm just like, I'm gonna play it if I feel like it, and then I'm not if I'm not. Yes, exactly, Glorgonox. Yeah. StarCraft is yeah, it's something. I love it. It's a love-hate relationship, but you know. Alright, well this is taking years, so I may go use the restroom real quick. Get some rest in, and then I guess I'll be right back. See what we could get into next. All right, I'm back. I had my camera off for the moment though, because I'm gonna eat some lunch. It's lunchtime. Bloody Paws, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Nah, guys, I don't like. I don't know. Maybe we did the mukbang, but I'm still on the fence about eating on stream. I think it's. I don't know. Nobody wants to see that. Speaking of food, does cooking food give attribute points at higher level recipes? Or other stats? So, yeah, you do get... There is going to be stat food. And there's also going to be regular food that you create. And... yeah. So both for that. Just slurp away like Kungan? Yeah. Dude, the difference is, though, his wife is like... she's like a professional chef, right? That is... I'm kind of jealous. I wish I had a professional chef cooking me stuff. Michelin level chef. There you go. Yeah, I mean... won't judge me for slurping the glizzy. If only I had a glizzy. Yeah, for sure. I mean, but still, like, being able to show that delicious food, just crafted and like, it's like an art when you're at that level of cooking prowess. I've been to a Michelin star restaurant before, I think it was like a 2 Michelin star. You know, it's like the whole shebang where you get like 5 or 7 courses and you get like insane amounts of like you have like a drink pairing with everything and stuff. So I've definitely had that experience before. Kind of felt like I was going to a cult meeting when I went in there. It was pretty crazy. Or it felt like I was in the Illuminati or something. Anyone here from Chicago, by the way, that knows like good fine dining in Chicago? Like, I want to go somewhere, like, let's go somewhere good, you know? Yeah, everyone says Alinea. Wiener Circle, yeah. I haven't been to Alinea yet. I went to some place that shut down. I don't remember the name of it. It was similar to in like I don't know what it was called. I hear Portillo's is a pretty fine establishment. It is. It really is. Check Michelin Guy. They review Chicago. Rick Bayless's restaurants. The face when you find out Michelin stars are actually named after the tire company. Yeah, I just think of the Michelin Man. Linea was a 3-star but lost one. Oof. I wonder what the criteria is for that. Losing a Michelin star. Is this some like food critic is like, eh? Ah, okay. Michelin critics. So the literal Michelin Man comes in and tests everything out. Hole-in-the-wall places are always the best for foreign cuisines. Yeah, it usually is it. Hey, what's up, Heathen Brisky? Alright, guys, what do you say we do, what's it called? A quick, what are they called again? Excuse me. A quick giveaway? So I'm gonna let you guys do an exclamation point giveaway in the chat. And then you're gonna be entered into a giveaway to be able to play the alpha today. So we'll do that real quick. I will be right back. I'm gonna rip a quick brushing of my teeth. And then you guys just do that giveaway stuff. And yeah, I'll be right back again. All right. I'm back. Seeing how many carriers you have there, is there a limit on how many we can make? 25 per server. What's up, Asteranian? Yeah, it's a lot of characters. 25 characters per server. Yeah, good luck to everybody. Will accounts share housing between character, or is housing per character? I think there is some kind of account thing that happens, maybe. I don't know if it's working yet, but yeah. $11 Melisai 11, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Appreciate that. You've all definitely discussed it, but are we not concerned about name camping? If you're talking about the oh yeah. So we'll have to see. Maybe you can't okay, so name camping in general, right? Like 25 different names. Like, yeah, that's a lot of names that you could camp, right? If it's like targeted against community members, we'll action that. So don't like try to steal a bunch of people's names from the community that are like known people, like or like even semi like, well, you know, like even if you're not like super well known but you're still like in the community, like we'll probably do something about that. We have in the past. So definitely don't try to camp on names and steal names or anything like that. Just make your guy, you know, make your kind of normal name and everything will be fine. But yeah, we're not really super concerned about it. We'd rather people just have access to like a lot of character slots, you know. A lot of games don't allow you to have as many characters as this. Some do. Some make you pay for it, but we just thought, hey, at least one of each class plus some extra, right? So, you're gonna name mine Nick Hotz? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Well, yeah. At least that makes it easy for me. You know, like it's easy for me to change. Need more strict rules? Yeah, probably. What's spectral dust used for? This I don't know. You'll have to ask somebody else. I don't give spoilers, essentially. At least not intentionally. Unintentionally, probably I do. Is there a giveaway going on? Yeah, there's a giveaway going on. Do exclamation point giveaway in the chat if you'd like to be in the giveaway. This may be the only giveaway of the day, so you guys gotta make sure you're in the giveaway. Just got back from Costco? Nice. Did you get a glizzy? Or cold brews? How is alpha population at the moment? Oh, it dropped off a little bit. But that still doesn't mean we can just go ham and start adding a bunch of people. 241 online. That looks to be the... Wait, what? That's not right. That can't be right. 245, really? Is it? Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's showing... Okay, so I mean, yeah, it's dropped off a bit. TBC pre-patch and WoW Classic hit, probably gonna go up again soon. Speaking of that, guys, well, it's been a fun stream. See it, you know? Nah, I've been playing a little bit of the TBC pre-patch myself. About to be 242, gotta work. That's okay. Show my character? Not right now, not right now. Alright. Let's actually fire off that giveaway though. Let's fire it off. I'm playing Horde this time. Playing Horde this time. Rogue 163. Yeah, I said Horde. Rogue 163, congrats. You win. Whisper me your Eminem account, email, and Discord. Hey, he didn't make his account yesterday. He made his account in 2019. He's not a bot. I have not, Kuzo. I have not, but appreciate it. Hey Nick, is the countdown for beta or EA? That's for EA. Hey Nick, a few weeks ago you said you have fixed Shadow Grip. It's still not fixed. Is that because we were waiting for it to patch? Yes, that's because you're waiting for the patch. Can I slip you a 20 under the table so you can work on rogue poisons? I swear I'm gonna work on the rogue poison soon. Like I know I keep saying it. I know I keep saying it. It's just I have a huge task to do before I could do the rogue poisons. So it's like it. But yes, it would. But one of this task is required for beta, so it's gonna get done soon enough. You plan on using rogue poisons to fix our NDPS? Well, I buffed backstab. You know, probably buff ambush as well. But I mean, potentially it could help. Cider X, thank you for the prime. Best you could do is a prime? Hey, that's pretty good. Thank you, appreciate that, man. We'll get you those rogue poisons ASAPly. How about those poisons? Yeah. Appreciate that, man. We'll get you those poisons, don't you worry. All right, let's get Rogue 163 into the alpha. Do that real quick. All right. You should be good. You should be good now, Rogue 163. Congrats again. What's up, Corin D? Thank you. I am. Afternoon, Stinzo. Been playing up a storm lately? Very nice. All right. Now I gotta figure out what I'm supposed to do. What were we looking at? Oh yeah. Hey, treasure map guy that was talking about Shards of Dahlia earlier. Are you still here? Hey. All right, let's do a little demo. All right. I haven't, Kuzo. We've been really trying to focus on a lot of the like core gameplay stuff, so we haven't had a lot of time to work on that yet. But yeah, it's definitely something that we'd like to do eventually, though. All right, so let me pull up. Let's see. So here is my pattern ancient treasure map. And here is my ancient treasure map fragment. We got 10 of these. So then, if I use the clicky effect, restore ancient treasure map. Okay. Ancient treasure map. X marks the spot. So let me do this real quick. So I'm just trying to use it normal. Nothing's happening. And this may change in how it's done. This is kind of just like the proof of concept, right? So let's go to here. Oh. Let's go to here. It seems like an awfully cool place to maybe dig something up or use this treasure map. Oh, it's working. Wait, hold on. Let me turn off GM just to make sure that this is... Oh, yeah. Reveal ancient treasure. Okay. We'll try that out. Oh, God. So... yeah, a little red dragon spawned here. It's pretty cool. So you can take him down. And get all his sick loot. Like flaming kukris. Kukris. Is it kukri or kukri? I think I've asked this before. Has to be the number one parse? Yeah. Let's just go with kuk, yeah. Kukri. Okay. It's just funny to me, so I have to ask. But yeah, that's a little demonstration of what the treasure map system would look like. And Nick, is it intended that every single named mob is immune to all CCs, like they can't even be snared? Right now it's intended, but I've been talking about softening some of that so that there isn't so many immunity flags. Just so that it opens up for like other like group setups to be able to handle named mobs better. How do you know where the map is to be used? So I think we're gonna actually like have a treasure map, like so it's gonna like show you in the like a really rough drawing of where you're supposed to be or where you're supposed to go with that. And I think the way that we can do this is that we could like take a note item that, you know, you right click it, you see text. When you right click on it, you would see an image. Yeah, art. This from far away, this mining node kind of looks like a dwarf sitting down or something. I was like, I knew it wasn't, but I just like had to like visually confirm it for some reason. If you consider giving town and city NPCs names, like instead of a blacksmith, maybe a real fantasy name. Usually we do that, but certain like NPCs definitely need a pass in like Night Harbor and other places, right? Make things a little bit less generic, make things more like, oh, everyone has a name and story, right? If you see the image, please make it so we could click on the person with the map so we can explain and show on the map what we're talking about to the group, if that makes sense. I don't understand Ryan's Devil. Node equals dwarfkin. I find this acceptable. Yeah. You don't really need to explain. Just follow the person now. Yeah. Just, I mean, you could just follow the person. I don't know. Maybe there is something there. But anyways, yeah, that's a treasure map stuff. So, all right, let's go back to town. Yeah, you're welcome, A9. We did Bone Construct. That was hella fun. I'm glad you had fun with it. It was a fun encounter to design. All right. Let's see if there's something, because I'm not trying to be on all day, but let's see if there's like one last thing that I can at least do. Yeah, I think I had something. Yeah. So, oh, maybe can show you guys our mask calculator. So I'm gonna be assigning. So here's what I'm gonna do. Let me temporarily hide my screen. Let me pull up the bucklers. Well, here, let me show you. I think I could show you this. So we have this little tool here. So in the DB, here, let me show the DB real quick. Let me do like, so we have these masks that are essentially just a sequence of numbers that we use to assign classes, races, and slots to an item. So for Buckler, we said we're going to do all except Necromancer, Wizard, well, not Mage, but Ellie, and Enchanter. So what we can do here is use our mask calculator. We can open up the classes, and we can select all of them, but we're going to remove Elementalist, Enchanter, Wizard, and Necromancer. So that calculates to this number. So we'll pull that back into the DB, and then we can drop that into the class mask. But since there's a bunch of secret stuff here, I'm gonna need a second. Where? Most of these are already set up like this. So let's remove that one. Let me see something. So what's cool is we can look in the DB and then like see what a class mask is, and then we can do the reverse lookup. So this shield, I guess so. It doesn't allow those classes plus Archer. Interesting. There, let me hide this again real quick. Hey, what's up, Trackham? Hope you're doing well. What's this mask stuff? It's basically so you can like assign a bunch of classes to a field without like having to like make this field like really long and like have all the class names in it. It just keeps the data type like small to like a small integer, essentially. So it's not like, well, I don't know if it's a small integer or whatever it is, but I'm talking about small in terms of, you know. So like, yeah, it's for optimization, so that you're not like storing all this crazy text and data to figure out what classes are assigned to an item. So we have to use this little mask calculator thing. I think so, yeah, Grim. It's a hash, basically. Yeah, I don't know. But like I don't know, like say like Necromancer is 4, and then like Cleric is 6. So if I don't know, like maybe if it's like 10, it would be like Necromancer Cleric or something. I don't know. I mean, here, let's look at it, right? Like, let me copy this real quick. So, like, Archer is 1. Bard is 2. So if you combine those two, you get 3. So Archer and Bard would be, if you want an Archer Bard only item, it would be 3. Right? So Cleric is 4. So naturally, 1, 2, 4 is 7, right? I don't think so, Glorgonox. Otherwise, that would it wouldn't work, right? It's just binary counting. Yeah. All right, so let me hide this again real quick, and let me just make this quick change here. This is actually really kind of like off-stream stuff, so I'm gonna kind of just hide this, I think. But I think we're already kind of set up to have this correct. Maybe somebody already changed these. Let me look at the kite shields real quick, though. Kite shield. Yeah, the class mask is definitely off on this one. So for this one, we're gonna, I guess, do. All right, so. Kite shield, bard, cleric, fighter, inquisitor, paladin, ranger, shadow knight. Yeah. Okay, so this will be the one for kite shields. So what I'll do is I don't know if there's really any spoilers on this one too much. But we're just writing a quick update query here. Class mask. That item is like super old Wicked Sloth. Like it might not even exist someday soon. That wherever that comes from needs to be re-itemized, I think. Okay, so the other one we wanted to do it's yeah, exactly. It's the best looking shield. That's why it shouldn't, you know? It should be somewhere else probably. Or it should be like rare and itemized and make sense, right? Like it just, the problem is that the mob is just old and the loot is old. It was just thrown in haphazardly. All right. So for tower shield, looks like we're going to be doing just the tanks. Fighter, Inquisitor, Paladin, Shadow Knight. So let me What's up, RNG Tillis? Have I worked on it today? Nothing too fancy. It was just like some recipes for like shields and bows and stuff like that. So it's like some trade skill odds and ends. And yeah, nothing too crazy. Ooh. Interesting. I gotta look up something. So... I want to see what... So the item that I was looking at has this. That it seems excessive. That does not seem right for that item. Let me look at the stats on it real quick. Yeah. All right, we're gonna change that too, I think. That's what I'll do is I'll just... Sorry guys, looking at massive spoilers right now. The item in question is off probably one of the hardest raid bosses in the game right now. So we'll change the class mask to this. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Is Bard Chain coming in the next update? I believe it should be, yeah. I think that it's already been changed internally. Let me double check. Good look in the game. So for example, like copper chain vest. Yeah. Sure enough, Bard usable. There you have it. It's coming. Have the other forms of customizations that are not graphical been considered? I personally like how Pilas in Kenshi allow to configure your standing posture. It's not on our radar. It's not planned or anything, but it sounds cool. You looking at Bard / Enchanter Charm? I mean, yeah, we're always looking at like the feedback about Charm has been heard. There's definite changes that we need to make in terms of like what level can you effectively charm a mob, and like be like consistent on it, right? Versus like when is it breaking too much, stuff like that. How does stats or gear affect it? This stuff like that. It needs a little bit of work. Needs a little bit of love. What's up, Weatherby? Oh, the Bard can charm higher level mobs and enchanters. Well, Bard just needs like a major look. I was thinking about looking at, because Bard to me feels like it just needs a lot of... Like, what do you guys think Bard is missing in terms of their song arsenal? I may just have to do like a Bard stream soon and just make a bunch of Bard stuff. Damage shield. Yeah, I'll have to do kind of an inventory of Bard stuff. Bard feels insane at level 10. Better stat song, damage shield, resist, utility buff, stuff. Instrument mods suck. Yeah, I think we need a little Bard love pass. Enchant Ally is too good to... Are you saying Enchant Ally is worth using over Charm? Because that was kind of the goal, was like provide like a solid alternative to Charming. I still would think that Charm would be the min-max if you wanted to level the fastest and you wanted to do the most damage or whatever. But I think there's... I hope that a lot of enchanters are just going to settle with being crowd control and support and use Enchant Ally and not feel obliged to Charm, right? If Enchant Ally is a good option, then the design goal has been... then it's been met, right? Who am I gonna buff? I mean, yeah, certain classes are going to be faster than others at solo for sure. Like, that's just a kind of result of having certain abilities in the game and then they just being what they are. I'm not necessarily trying to buff those classes. I'm just trying to finish those classes. Like, Bard needs more stuff. It's not like, hey, Bard is underperforming, I need to give them more stuff. It's like, hey, Bard just doesn't have as much of a, you know, like, they don't have all their abilities yet. I just want to give them more abilities. So it's not, like, a matter of wanting to buff them, per se. I mean, even though some of the changes may indirectly buff them, but some of them may also indirectly nerf them as well, you know? Like fixing the charm thing with bards and then fixing their mana cost, stuff like that. So it's not like all sunshine and roses for them, so. Yeah, and if it's... So is it mostly just the charm kiting, then, Mythos? One thing I was thinking about was maybe making the Bard charm have a chance to break on damage, so that it kind of makes the charm kiting shenanigans a little bit less. But I don't know. I think that might make sense, because since Bard's charm is so, like, it's not resource intensive, you can just like run around and do it. If the charm mob is constantly breaking, then it's gonna slow that process down a whole lot. And then also could just increase the mana cost and stuff like that. In EverQuest, Bard charm spells had a chance to break when the charmed NPC took damage. Really? Did it? Yeah, I don't remember that. I'd be curious to see why. Well, what aspect do you guys think it is that's making Shadow Knight so powerful? I wonder if it's like Shadow Strike is really strong, or what is it? I mean, obviously Life Drain Aura is really cool. Pet, maybe? Like Pet's decent for already decent melee DPS. You get nukes, you get dots. 10% permanent haste aura. They do good damage. Pet sack is insane. SK is kind of only OP for their solo survivability. Are fighters better off with 2x one-hand or sword and board? I'd probably say 2x one-hander, but I really want to buff shields and add some shield abilities, so it'd be cool to make shield viable. I don't think SK is so much stronger that it deserves specific focus as far as nerfing it. Shadow Shield Bash for SK. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to make it required. But it'd be cool if there was, like, more reason. I don't know. Shields look to be pointless right now. Evening, Varus. I think Shadow Knights are at their coolest using a two-handed weapon. Yeah. Still think you should make shields at least half a weapon since they were used as weapons in combat. Maybe make Bash give more threat, so using a shield is worthwhile for aggro. Yeah, I could always do that. Well, that's what shield Bash does on Fighter, but there's no reason we couldn't expand that. Make AC account for damage. But if there is no real defensive reason to use it, then that just feels bad too. Like, I think it's gonna... The problem is... I don't know if... Like, I don't know that there's, like, a middle ground where, like... Like, for example, in WoW, like, there's... It feels like there's a middle ground, right? Right? In Classic, you can dual wield tank. But if you're getting really effed up, you can switch to your shield, right? And you could shield wall and stuff like that. Maybe that's part of it. Is like certain abilities like that require a shield to use. But I don't know, like if we added if we made it so that the shields are good enough to use, I don't know if they would ever not be, you know what I mean? Like unless you wanted, like unless you needed the damage. But let's be honest, like in a lot of cases you don't need that damage. So then if it's just a pure healer mana type thing, then you would just always use the shield, right? So I don't know. It's going to be a tough balance for us, I feel, but maybe we can make it work. All right, so later EQ added AAs for tanks for stances, offensive versus defensive, and it would increase damage or increase damage mitigation and threat. Well, we have stances for fighter, but I was thinking about adding more stances for like some of the other classes because I think it would just be fun and kind of just cool. I don't know. Obviously, monks also have stances. Defensive stance for fighter is not used. Yeah. If you want to look at stances and melee things that are cool, look at sod things they added to melee. I think that would work well here. Yeah, it's been a while since I've looked at the sod stuff. I should brush up on it. Spellblade stream when? Yeah, I should just focus on one class for a stream, and that might be fun. Would you guys like that? If you do one class and you have to do all the classes, I mean, I'm not gonna force myself into it, necessarily doing that, because some of the classes are more developed than others. So it'd probably just be like, here's the classes that we should do this for. So do you guys think that Bard Charm thing is a good change, or do you think it's like... You think it's like too like targeted? Does it make sense? Chance to break on damage. I've been thinking about making it for a while, but sorry guys, I had to check something on Slack. What's your opinion on the role of dual wield versus two-hand for classes that can use both? Fighter, Spellblade, Ranger, should they have different use cases? Maybe, unless like maybe there's like a really good damaging ability for shield, like shield slam or something, right? And you have like a really giga shield, and then maybe you just want to do like sword and board for damage, but that would depend on like the scaling of that ability and stuff. But in general, I think maybe having different use cases is good. Like obviously more defensive for the shield user. Dual wield versus two hand. For some reason, I thought, my mind went to the shield versus dual wield versus two hand. Yeah. Should they have different use cases? I kind of tend to think that maybe dual wield should be kind of the middle of the road in terms of like defensive versus offensive. Two-hander should maybe just be pure offense or something, and then like dual wield should be like, I don't know, potentially like you're like, I don't know, like getting a bonus to like parry or something. I don't know. Like I'd have to think about that one. But like maybe it's like more threat generation inherently, which probably is if I had to guess. And I don't know. I think it's like maybe that middle ground between like sword and board and two hand, but that's just, and then like two hand is mostly just like high damage or something. Burst damage abilities, stuff like that. But I hope that Paladin gets to have heavy undead prowess, like give people a really good reason to pick Paladin over the other tanks in undead areas, and make them way more defensive versus regular mobs. Yeah, I've talked a little bit about maybe doing a crit for undead for Paladin, and more anti-undead utility, more reason to want to use them. Makes sense. Put any thought into the rogue deadly throw? I didn't put any thought into the deadly throw, but I did give them a kind of blind, like a cooldown based, not blind, but like, you know, kind of more like the WoW blind, where it's like a cooldown based 10-second CC. But there is some stuff that I want to give the rogue, including the deadly throw type ability. I truly think just increasing the mana cost in bar charm would make it feel more balanced. It should have some downtime, not just make it more annoying to do. It's already only an 18-second charm. Yeah. I mean, increasing the mana cost will definitely do it, right? Or, well, it'll help. But so will... If mobs are just, like, hitting the charm target, it's causing it to... Like, a ton of mobs are hitting it, then it'll break pretty quickly. So that kind of playstyle, like... I intentionally made it so there wouldn't be swarm kiting. Like I didn't want there to be like AoE swarm kiting, like craziness. So I'm not too worried about potentially nerfing that playstyle because it was never really intended in the first place. It just happened. How's blind work against NPCs? Like the one that darkens your screen. That one, I think it works like a fear if they're not, if there's nobody in melee range with them. But then otherwise, it's like they attack the closest target or something. I can't recall exactly what our implementation was. Yeah, hopefully it wouldn't happen often, Kuros, but I mean, given that it's an 18-second duration, especially, that would be the hope, but... Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Flash of Light was a big aggro spell. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. Is there anything else I want to do before I close up shop? It is 2:30 p.m. on a Saturday. I would like to spend some time with my family. We are your family now, brother. Thanks, Glorgonox. Could raid ZBrush? Is he on? sure enough, he is on. Doing some portfolio work here. In the Monsters and Memories category. All right. I'll tell you what, guys. It was a good stream. Got some random busy work done, but I think I'm gonna head out. So for my stream schedule, I'm gonna try to do like I think 2 to 3 days a week potentially. So we did Saturday. Maybe I do Monday afternoon if Sean streams Monday. I'll probably do it after his stream, but otherwise I'll probably start doing, like, I don't know, Saturday, Monday, maybe Tuesday, Thursdays. Like I could see like a Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday maybe. But yeah. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. It was good to get back on stream. And I'm gonna send you guys over to ZBrush. He's one of our character artists. He's working on his portfolio at the moment, some portfolio work. But then he likes to switch over to Monsters and Memories stuff a little bit later. So definitely stay tuned to check him out. He's always has some good conversations. So we'll raid over there now. Thanks again for tuning in. Thanks for the subs. Appreciate it, guys. And I'll see you next stream. Yeah, have a good day. Have a good Saturday and the rest of your weekend. We'll see you soon.